Hello, hello, hello. I think we are live. Let me just check. Yes, we are live. So, hello guys, welcome back to another stream. And today we are going to implement how do we, how we can check whether our network and is facing any DDoS attack or SYN flood attack, like we discussed yesterday. So we started with something basic for our basic understanding. We started how do we get ports, like how do we process TCP and UDP packets, and how do we extract IPv packets and all those jargons that are used in networking. So we kind of gone through it. Now this was the code we wrote yesterday. We had a little bit of understanding how we can find the interface and check for the types of the ether packet type, and then we process the IPv4 and IPv6 addresses, and inside that we figure out how do we process TCP and UDP packets for more details like port number and other things. All right, now today we are going to do our main thing that our network monitor this application will do. It will monitor the attacks on any port, any DDoS attacks or SYN flood attack on that port. So before moving on to that, we will understand what is DDoS, what is SYN flood and all, right? So we'll understand what is SYN, like how we know that it's a SYN flood attack, how we know that it's a DDoS attack. All right. So I hope this stream should be going fine. My audio and video would be perfect. Though I'm facing some issues with my data over here, but I think that would be easy. So we'll be starting in 5 minutes. Let's just wait for the audience to join in. Before that, I would like to share these stream URLs on the platforms of like LinkedIn and Twitter. So, all right. All right. Okay. Aryan Anand, hi. I would love to watch your stream in a better aspect ratio. Can you please ditch the shorts format? Okay, sir, I will do it. I did it because on the desktop view, I wouldn't be like getting any audience there. So it's hardly like three, four, two, three people and all. So that's why. But definitely, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it next time. I will try to do it next time. Thank you for coming on to chat and giving me suggestion. Thank you, Aryan. So yes, we'll be starting in 2 minutes now. So guys, please like this stream. I don't think you. Okay. All right. So I mean, please. Thank you. No problem. No problem, Aryan. So guys, if you're watching this stream, please like this stream and check out my other videos on the channel. And also please subscribe to the channel only if you are related to the field. Don't just force subscribe. If you are not related to field, if you don't have any interest in tech, if you don't if you are not learning Rust or writing Rust professionally, please only like this video. Okay, I use Mac, iOS. You'll find. Oh yes, 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 sure, sure, sure. Yes, I'll do it next time. I'll do it next time. Okay, so guys, we'll be starting in a minute now. So before that, I want to say that let's aim for 20 likes today. I won't be ranting about likes today. I'll say only one time, like let's aim for only 20 likes, and then we'll be started working. And if you are a you know if you are learning Rust like myself, then please check out other videos as well. I'll be posting some videos. I will mostly do live streams, so okay, now I think we should start. Okay, we have 22 people watching, so we'll start. All right, let's head over to this thing. All right, so this was the thread from yesterday. It was how the string works. All right, let me just draw what we have to do today. Okay, so now that we have understand all these terminologies that are going to be used here. So before that, let me just tell you what I'm using. I'm using Peanut Crate. Uh, okay, you can find it on crates.io. I'm using this thing. Second thing is I'll be using a thread-based approach. Well, I'll be using thread-based approach, and you people might be thinking, why are you going thread-based? Why not use Tokyo and go, async? See, thread-based approach will be quite easy to understand, I think, and we'll go advanced definitely. Once we complete this thread-based version, we will definitely improve it and use Tokyo to work with like their thread pools, Tokyo's internal thread pools and all. So we'll do that as well, don't worry. But for now, just as a raw application, raw implementation, we'll go thread-based technique. All right. A few things before that, we'll be using, you can see like few of these words like mutex, arc and all. Maybe of course not, maybe hash map, you know so I'll be like telling you guys what are these, why we use them and all, something like that. Okay, so okay, so these all things, what else are we going to implement today? Yeah, now let's go on the implementation. How we'll implement this and what we will implement. First of all, we'll figure out the sin flood attacks. We'll figure out DDoS attacks. And what are sin flood attacks and what is DDoS attack? What's your method of learning, bro? The method of my learning is going through a book, going through a blog or something like that, and start creating basic applications with that. Happy that you show up daily. Hello, hello, Arunil. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming onto chat. Yeah, so that's the method of learning. So, all right. So we'll be doing this. We'll figure out sin flood attacks, DDoS attacks. Before moving on to these things, let's understand how how are we going to do this thing. All right. So yesterday we figured out that before moving on to these things on a network, we need to figure out what our interface is. Now, what is the interface? Interface is something like that we are running on. Now that you can see, it is I'm connecting to my Wi-Fi, so it would be WLAN 0 if you are from the Linux. If you are familiar with connecting a wireless network through terminal, there is a term called WLAN 0, WLAN 1, and something like that. So yesterday what we did was we tried getting WLAN 0, but we didn't find any. We printed out all the interfaces. We got a vector from the there is a function called on the pnet crate, not peanut. It's a pnet crate that says get default interface, not default, get interfaces, and we get a vector of all the interfaces that we have, but we didn't find any WLAN there. Now what we find is en0, en1. So it turns out that in Mac it's actually named as en0 or en1. You can basically turn it up and down from the terminal by using if config. So it's en0 basically on the Mac OS. Now once we find an interface, we then go for the headers, like IPv4 and IPv6 header, and inside those IPv4 and IPv6 header we search for TCP and UDP headers. TCP and UDP headers. So basically we will process all these things. We'll process IPv4, we'll process IPv6. So we'll kind of make it more elaborate, more wider, so that or not only TCP like IPv4 will also capture IPv6 addresses as well. So IPv4, IPv6, then inside that, so it's kind of a nested envelope. You see, you put an envelope inside envelope, and something like that. So you will have a nested envelope. Now you open one envelope, you figure out, okay, this is the interface. Now let's open the interface, and what do you find inside? There is an envelope called headers, like IPv4 and IPv6 headers. Now inside that there is another envelope that is TCP UDP headers, and inside those TCP UDP headers we have data about inside this headers we get a payload. That payload is a array or a vector of U8 values. Okay, so inside that we have data like port numbers and all, so something like that. So we will slowly peel the layers of these this kind of onion and all. Okay, so that is it. What else now? Okay, so yeah, that was the pretty much thing. So we first of all we need to know or understand that it's a system engineering. We call it system programming. So we should not be aware, as a web developer we are not aware of many of the jargon that is used here, like many of the words, like. So we can always take help of a Google. There is no shame on it, because learning is what you take help. So that is no issues with that. We will go slow, we will take help. But the main thing is you understand how to think. You should know how to think, you should know how to attack that thing, right? So what we did yesterday, we have no idea, like we were clueless that what how can we figure out this thing. So we figure out that we there is a peanut crate. Inside peanut crate, then we looked for everything. Then we figure out that okay, there is a thing called interface. Now we got the lead. As we got the interface, we got the other functions to process all these kind of data. All right, so this is it. So our two main thing is sin flood attack that we are going to check. They might look scary, but trust me, they are a simple implementation. DDoS. So again, I'm telling you, this application that I'm creating is not a complete, robust, wide range application. It will only check for SYN flood attacks and DDoS attacks. All right. Now, what is SYN flood attack and DDoS attack? Should I go down? Should I? Okay. How is the stream going, guys? Is my audio video perfectly fine? Are you able to see this screen? Maybe you can, pull up your tablet, or maybe on your laptop if possible. You can, stretch it somewhere. I don't know. So say hi on the chat, guys. Come on, let's go. Say hi on the chat, everyone. We have 34 people. Let's go. Brrr. Say hi on the chat. So so if you like this stream, please say hi on the chat so that I can thank you. And again, if you have subscribed, please say I subscribed. And you know, anyways, so sin flood. Now we have to understand what is sin. So basically, it's a flag. Always remember that it's a flag. So we have sin, and we have another thing called ACK, and then we have sin plus ACK, and we have one thing called DDoS. You must have heard this word. Maybe you must have seen it somewhere. You must have heard it somewhere on the movies. There was a famous TV series on HBO that's called Mr. Robot. If you are aware, so Mr. Robot was the one of the finest art. I will call it art that shows the perfect, the everything on that thing. Every script written over there is a actual real script and actual real tool. The hackers use that thing. So yeah, so we'll understand this what is sin. So now this sin ACK, sin plus ACK. Let's move on to this network thing first. Oh yeah, before I should know, you must be aware of OSI layer. Let me just do it over here. You must be aware of OSI layer. You must have, read it in your college, university, school. It's in computer networks book. OSI model. So OSI model is basically it has 7 layers of a network. There are 7 layers of a network, and each layer communicates from the front to the very back of this very low at the very low level of the system, and it gives the data to each layer and by dissecting it. All right. So the first one is I don't like remember anything. I like in college I read it, just read it, and from the past 2 3 days I just reviewed it. What is OSI layer and all. Now so first one is like application layer. So it definitely application layer is what it will be the first layer of interaction, I guess. Let's go check it. OSI layer, OSI model. So we have 7 layers of OSI model: physical layer, data link layer, network layer, transport layer, session layer, presentation layer, application layer. Now it is the transmit between the web server and client. It is the, I think, the seventh layer. So it should goes like just like this. You must remember a diagram like from this to this kind of inverse pyramid. So this pnet crate basically work with these 3 layers: 2, 3 and 4. If I open crates.io, and if I open pnet physical layer, yes, 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 yes. Physical layer is the one uh, that is on the physical layer is where a raw byte stream is physically transmitted over a physical medium. Yes, over a wire or something, that optical cable and all. So yeah, something like that. If I go over this pnet crate, So on the documentation part, where should I go? Documentation. So guys, we will have to do it quickly. I'll be, very quick. It's 12:13 already, and most probably up to 1:30, I'll have to leave. And I will come back after few hours if I got time. Otherwise, we'll continue today. Okay. So as you can see, this peanut crate will basically, it plays between these three layers: data link layer, network layer, and transport layer, and we will get all our information from these three layers. So all the methods that are provided on this crate will be on for these things. For data link layer, there are methods. For network layer, there are methods. For transport layer, there are methods. You can, let me just copy this thing so that you can check out side by side. All right. By the way, if you want to check this code that I'm working on, it's on GitHub. Let me post it over here. I'll pin it on the chat. Let me pin it. Okay, so this thing is pinned over there. Okay. All right. So these three layers, it will play on these three layers. You can learn about these three layers. Most probably we'll be playing on network layer and transport layer, because here we on the transport layer we'll be working with these protocols like TCP, UDP. On the network layer we will extract the information. So layer by layer we will do. We will have a data link layer, then where we will have our interfaces. Then we will again go inside each layer. We'll go then for network layer, where we will have our IP addresses. Then we will go again inside this layer. We will have these protocols. Okay, and inside these protocols we have our data. The session is for like maintaining session of those tokens and all right. So yeah, it does that way. Now again come to this thing: sin ack, sin plus ack, DDoS. So now these there is the sin ack flags are basically are on the network, right? So let's say there is a object A and there is a target B. Now, if A want to connect to B, it will first send a SYN flag to that thing. Okay, the SYN flag will be sent, and once a object sends a SYN flag to a target, the target will respond back with ACK, acknowledgement, and it means that they are both ready to connect. And SYN plus ACK means let's make a connection. Now they will be connected. All right. Now here comes the attack thing. Now how attack will be happened over here is, if on a shorter interval, let's say on what we'll do here is, let's say on an interval of 10 seconds there are 10,000 SYN packets sent to a target. Now what happened is, it will be unable, now the target will unable to respond ACK, and it will lead out of memory, thus crashing the whole system. The same goes for DDoS. It will make like many requests to a many requests to an IP or to an port, that the system crashes, unable to handle it, and the whole system will crash. So these are the DDoS and SYN flood attacks. These are called SYN flood attacks. You know, so you send a signal so much that you flood it, you flood it the target with that, and the target will be unable to respond to all of these, and thus resulting out of memory, and it will crash the whole system down. So we will identify these two things. We will alert. So once we identify this thing, we will directly alert to this thing. Maybe we'll directly alert on the console. See, currently, if a thread base with the thread based approach, we will directly log into the console, or you can log it into a file the same way that we have implemented for our process. But if you use async await, if you use Tokyo, then you can directly send this log and work with the external APIs as well. So if you want to send the information to an external API that okay, this thing is like really messing up, this IP is doing SYN flood, and this is the culprit for DDoS, you can use async await. That will be the best match to send, but to send it to the external APIs. But if you are using internally, saving to a file, then thread based approach is simple, clear, and good. Hello, Indresh. Hi. So, yeah, it's like that. So, we'll do something like that. We'll have a time window on which we will figure out if the thing is a sin flood or a DDoS. So, why the time window I'm taking? Time window, the time window should be shorter because let's say if you don't consider time window, either don't consider it or either take it along. So then it could be a normal user. A normal user can send hundreds of requests over 1 hour, right? But but a attacker will send hundred or thousands of requests over 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds span of time. So if you find those culprits or attackers, then you can completely block that IP. You can do that. You can block that request from next time. So this is how simple, like the prevention of these things works. But let's understand the main thing I'm really what if but the issue that I will face is how do I test this thing, because I have no idea how to test this thing. I mean, we can write it, and the only reason to test it that we should have a heavy network flow right now. So suppose we are calling and waiting on a DB which is running on our own system. Is Tokyo spawn is better or thread spawn? Aryan, if you are for it, if you will go for DB or something, then Tokyo spawn is better. See the thread. If you use thread spawn, it will be limited to system, right? It will be limited to system. How many threads you can spawn? It will be limited to systems. But with Tokyo thread pool, you can handle millions around. I don't know if I'm going like more, but you can around not million, then few hundreds of thousands of threads like concurrent requests simultaneously. So that is the difference. So if you are like going it on for DB, then Tokyo.spawn is a better choice. And now here you have added a condition here, right? On your own system. So I will still recommend to use Tokyo. You can use thread, but no, because thread will be a completely a synchronous process, right? It's a blocking thing. So you should use Tokyo, I think. Yeah. But again, you should research it, buddy. I am not a network pandit here, so you can definitely check these out. There are resources available. I mean, does this answer your question? Is it satisfied or are you still be no problem, no problem. So yes, now let's go. Now let's do this thing. So I think we have all these things ready. Now let's go here. Now let me show you what we did yesterday. I will quickly thank you sir. Thank you sir. Now let me just quickly I will show you what we did. If I go over here again, one more thing. From the guys who are like from the previous stream should know why are we going to run sudo on this, right? For the new viewers, I must tell you this requires a sudo permission because it will go very very low level to read the networks and the systems raw sockets and all. So it needs certain power that will be provided by sudo. So yeah, we need to figure out. I think we how do we figure out if I don't want to write sudo, but I want my program to say to read the from the terminal that I didn't implemented sudo. Maybe we will for now we will do this. There is no problem. There should be a grade available for that. Okay, now I'll go sudo cargo lb watch. So I'm sorry guys. So I think I made a boo boo. Network. Now let me just type network. You see, it will not stop until I, control C this. So why this is happening? Why like so many things are going right now? Because first of all, it's in loop, right? Secondly, I could be streaming. So is it not visible? Let me just show. Yeah, I think this is good. Uh, yeah. So yeah. So I could be, streaming. So it is like fetching these things real time. Hello, Elbin. Hello, hello, Elbin. Yeah. So I could be streaming, and while streaming, it will send the packets directly, frequently to the YouTube server. So this could be this thing. For the new viewers, let me just quickly show what I did. I find the interfaces, then I use the data link channel. It will have a transmitter and a receiver. We will definitely will go with the receiver part, and will on the receiver we have packets. On the packets we will figure out our IP, IPv4 and IPv6 packets. And inside this packet, if we process these packets, we will have headers for TC. For the IPv6 it has a get next header. For IPv4 it has a get next level headers. Hello Amit. Hi, hi, hi. So it's like that. Now we are going to do something strange over here. What we'll do? We'll remove this file. We'll delete this file because it's only for it's a kind of rough work to check what's going on with this thing. Now that we need implementation, so we'll remove this thing. Okay, sir. Do you have this scripts? Do you have this scripts in GitHub? Scripts means this code base. Yes, it's already in the GitHub. I have posted, like I have pinned the my GitHub repo on the chat. You can find out matrx123 slash file watcher, and that's the repo. So file watcher, yeah, 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 yeah. Let me just put it again. It's on the chat, by the way, like pinned on the chat, but again, matrix 123 file watcher. All right, guys. So we have 33 people watching. We could add 16 more likes to it, and that is 8. That is 8. Alrighty. Let's go here. You know what we are doing, right? We will completely remove this thing. Here we are naked. Now let's start this thing. uh we'll again start with, so we need to figure out what we will do next, right? So we'll say, we have to make a network monitor, and here we will have all our packet info and our attack info. So it will be our entry point. Here we will have all the links to the struct. All right, so definitely we are going to do that, but first now let's create a struct, let's say packet info, or maybe packet detail. All right. So are you able to see the repo, Albin? So here we can have total packets. I will just, I will name the types later, but for now, for I'm just making a mental model. So we'll have TCP packets, we'll have UDP packets. We have total packet TCP. We have SYN packets, right? I think that is it. Awesome, awesome. That is good. That is good. Uh, no, we didn't use IPv4 packets, IPv6 packets, and we, so all right, yeah, they all will be this thing. So why don't copy this? Right, we have this thing. On the network thing, we'll have this packet info. So these are the stats, right? We can call it packet stats, packet stats. It will be packet detail. All right. Now, now let's make now here we also need attack info, right? Now attack info is the main thing that we discussed, right? How do we define how we can check for this thing, right? So just like we have our threat detector that we wrote on our process info, we'll write something called attack detection. Attack, maybe just call it attack. Attack, what should I name it? It will detect, maybe attack info, you know. So I have this thing right now. Maybe we will need an implementation because we will do a DDoS attack, and we'll check for, check DDoS, check SYN flood. Now definitely here we need a window. Basically it's not window, it will be time limit, right? It will be a time limit, and that will be a instant, right? And what else do we need? We need a hash map. So we can say SYN SYN collection. So it will be a hash map of uh, it will be a hash map of IP. It will be a hash map of IP address and uh, count, because it's going to be huge count, right? We have SYN collection. Now we need TCP collection. Now we need UDP collection. We'll collect all these things on TCP UDP so that we can validate, like we can check, because we will we will count the values, and with for each IP I will have a count that how many packets did it send, right? So that I can map it with the threshold. So I will have SYN collection, I will have UDP collection, I will have TCP collection, and I already have a time limit. I will have now that we are using for TCP and UDP, right? So SYN, so we should have a threshold as well, right? What do you say? We need something called threshold. So it's a TCP collection. So instead of TCP, we could have it, packet, because inside this we will collect the TCP packets. We have a UDP collection as well. I'll say hash map of IP address and U32. Now I have a time limit. I need SYN limit. I need a SYN limit. It will be an unsigned value. I have a SYN limit. I have a UDP limit as well. Uh, why UDP limit? Can I? Why I need UDP limit? Because this SYN limit. So basically, please don't. Shiva, hello Shiva. Buddy, I'm building network monitoring application as a part of my learning. So yeah, I was doing this. I started by file watching, then I added process monitoring, and now I added network monitoring part. Why Rust and not Python? Because I was interested towards Rust. I wanted to try out low level programming. Also, Rust will open up scopes for embedded Web3, backend development, web development. So that's why I didn't think much. I just saw the wide range only. Thank you, Shiva. Thank you, Chris, for coming on to this chat. I hope the stream is going fine. My audio video would be perfect. So SYN is basically a SYN limit on that. So it's a threshold kind of thing, right? So it's a threshold. So after this limit, if any IP address passes this, this passes this connection thing over a given limit, then it will be a SYN attack. And there is a time limit as well. So we forget one thing over here, that is DDoS limit. That is again U32, and uh, we should also have a timer. No, timer start start thing that will be uh, what will be the start. It will also be an instant time limit. So I just am confused. Let me just check. Balance between. I think that thing will be duration. Yes, because it's a time, right? Duration. Duration. Time duration. But again, all right, we have 7 likes. Awesome. We have 47 people watching, and if only, if you guys can just hit that button on, hit that thumb, that would be great. So guys, only subscribe to the channel if you think that if there is any new video out there from this channel, then you can watch. Only subscribe then. So I won't mind, if you guys don't subscribe, that is fine, no issues. So you can always, motivate me by liking this stream, and come on chat to say hi. Let's talk. Duration for measuring time interval. Okay, yes, I think this is good. So time limit will measure this thing, and start will be instant over there. So I think these are the things we have defined. Sin limit, DDoS limit, flood, like this UDP limit, right? UDP limit, time limit, DDoS limit, start, instant, and all. Are we missing something? So we have 8 likes. Thank you, whoever liked. That was awesome. So now let's head over to this thing where we will do our implementation. But let me just first check. Sorry, not here. Here. Let's take some rest. Uh, we'll be starting at 12:43. Yeah, let's go. So we'll check for DDoS and Sinflare, but first now let's uh, do this thing. So we'll say we create this thing. Will return a self. All right. Here we have attack info. Now let's do this thing. So will be sin collection would be hash map new. The same goes for packet collection. It would be hash map new. uh, I write UPD, it's UDP. uh, UDP UDP collection hash map new. Sin limit, so we'll set it to 600, right? UDP limit, what is this again? UDP, the UDP limit will be set to, let's say, 500. DDoS limit, DDoS limit will set to 100. I think 100 is fine. Maybe if we can test it, maybe we should name it 50. What's this? Time limit will be, it's duration, right? So duration uh, from SECS, not SEX, from sex 7 seconds. Start would be inst uh, start would be instant dot now. Okay, now I have these things. Now why did I use start? Can you guys guess why I took this start thing? It's limit, right? Maybe, yeah, start, I should name it start. I should name it start time limit. This way it would be more convenient to understand. So why I did that? Guys, we need 12 more likes. We have 24 people. If half of you can like, we will reach. We'll reach where we wanna go. To start the process time limit. Yes, sir. Yes. 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 Now this start time limit will do that thing. So we have a time limit. If that pass, we will reset everything. We will again check, right? We cannot check it continuously. We'll again reset that. Okay. If 10 second pass, now let's reset everything. And again for 10 second, we'll check if there is DDoS attack happening or not. Right? We have like 7 seconds limit. Maybe, if you want to widen it, you can write 10, 15, 20, but try to keep it less if you want to make a more strict thing. So I'll keep it 7 because it's 7 is a lucky number, buddy. 7, 7. So I put it 7. So, ma'am, thank you. I guess, yes, ma'am. Haha. So thank you for coming on the chat. And yeah, so that's why I keep that thing. After 7 seconds passed, we will reset everything so that we can, identify new things, identify new things and all. Now, now that you have said that to start the process time limit, now we'll do fn Maybe we should identify this first. Check sin flood. So I'll need a mute self because we are going to mutate something. We'll have a IP. Is it I IP? I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I'll be. So now here I will check sin flood. So again, it's simple. I have a sin. Let me just write some mental model. Okay, now I will remove this thing because we are implementing this thing. All right, we'll check DDoS next. Now sin flood. It's fairly simple if you guys can you guys can think what I'm doing. So I have a sin collection. I have a sin limit. Does that make any, does this rings any bell? I have a limit, I have a collection. What I will do, I will check for that IP. If there is a more than this limit, then I will, simply print a statement. So I will check from the hash map if any, if the IP has count more than the limit, it's an attack, right? I will check from the hash map, from the sin collection hash map, because the sin collection hash map has IP address and its count. So I will check. Here a concept will be used that you should have read on the Rust book. The Rust book uses something called insert or insert, a method called entry, where we have to dereference the hash maps instance, and it will start with 0 if there is no entry found, and we can count it, increment the counter to 1. So we'll do so. If you guys have remember from that Rust book, we'll use this thing, right? Now let's do. So I'll say uh, let sin count maybe is equal to self dot uh, sin. Guys, we have 8 likes. We need 12 more, and we'll be good. So we have sin collection dot entry. Now entry we have IP, right? The IP will come. We'll have or insert 0. Does this ring any bell? Then we will dereference sin. I will show you where is this thing written. If I go to Rust book and check for hash map, then you will see this thing over here. If you have read this book, what I'm doing is already written there. How do we increment, you find a duplicate, how do you do that? See this thing, see this thing, see this thing. I have a text, hello world, wonderful word. Now I need to get the count of the spaces, the white spaces, right? Or maybe the count of all the words, according to this says. So it split this thing. Now what it does, it use this method map dot entry or insert 0. It means if there is an entry, if there is an entry of that word, it will fetch its count, otherwise it will insert 0. And now here I am dereferencing it and adding a counter. You see, this is written in Rust book, and this came handy over here on our practical example. Sin self dot sin collection entry or insert and sin count plus equals 1. Now here I did that part. What I'll do, first of all, I will check the entry because I'm going to check it with the IP. Here I will do if count. Oh, sorry. I'll do if sin count is greater than self dot sin limit. You know, it's an alert. It's a sin flood. That's it. That's it. Now that we are going to use this function check sin flood, maybe we can return a bool, and if it's a sin flood we will return true, otherwise we will return false. What? What is this? uh Expected this found bool. Acha, it is taking this thing. All right. Now for an alert, what I'll do, I'll remove this thing. I'll simply do println. You see, I'm using println, but you can again create alert utility that we have already created on the process, sorry, on the process manager application, right? You can also create an let me just find out, process watcher. You see, we have created an alert, this thing, right? This struct, alert struct. You can always use this instead of printing using directly print line. You can use this thing. For that you will have to give the severity of high, alert type of threat detected, detail is of about like this, okay, it's a synflood, something like that, a timestamp, and the process name. Instead of this process name you can directly use na, it's already written because it's a system process. All right, so let's go uh, here. Now here I can say sin flood detected from this IP. Sin flood detected from this IP, and you can always use this thing, uh, self dot time limit. You can say under time. So this makes sense now. So sin flood has been detected from this IP under this time, under not in this time. Again, you can start with new line and just do this. Just do this. Maybe yank. Uh, what is the problem here? Why it's not coming here? Can you guys guess the problem here? What is the problem here? Can you guys guess? I won't tell you. It's a basic thing. It's like silly of me, so you have to guess it. I'll count to 5 seconds. So it's 48, 49, something like that. Da da da. I have used return. I have used value, but if I use return, I'll have to use a semicolon. That's it. It was the issue. Okay, now I'll have to check DDoS. So you see, I have a UDP limit as well. So I'll check for UDP count as well. So in a sin flood and there is a thing called maybe we should remove this thing. Let's only do for sin flood and all. Start time limit, DDoS limit, UDP limit. Let's remove this thing. UDP collection. Let's remove this thing. UDP. Oh, sorry. UDP limit. Let's do only DDoS and sin. UDP collection. UDP limit. Yeah. Let's check for. So maybe I should remove this. Expected mutable U32 found U32. Unexpected token. What is the issue here, guys? Can you please tell me? It's already written in front. I'm just checking the engagement. Anyways, it's a mobile version as well. So, all right. There was a missing semicolon. Now let's check for DDoS attacks. Before that, guys, we have 40 people watching and we need 12 likes. So it would be amazing if you guys can do that. We have 41 people watching. Come on, people, hit that thumb. Guys, thank you whoever liked and thank you whoever subscribed. Uh, it means a lot to me. You guys are awesome. Thank you. All right, check DDoS. Let's remove this as well. So we'll do function check DDoS. We'll again use and mute self. By the time you should have like guessed what would be the implementation, right? Because you have seen the implementation for. Why I'm using check? I could say it is because it's returning bool, right? So we'll say is DDoS correct? I'll do this. So I hope by this time you should have checked it. DDoS count is equal to self dot DDoS limit dot entry, not limit DDoS. We have packet collection or DDoS collection. I think we forgot to implement DDoS collection, but we'll check it by packet because it will happen on this thing, right? So packet collection dot entry. I'll use IP dot or insert 0. I'll say DDoS count plus equals 1. Again, I'll go for same thing. If DDoS count is greater than DDoS limit, then I'll have to print this thing and return true. And then after this thing, if I do this thing, I'll have to return false. But before that, I'll have to print some alert over here. So by IP, you can say this. In time, you can say this. IP and self dot time limit. Make sense? Does this make sense, guys? So this is it. This will return true. And okay, so these functions are written. So I'll just remove this thing because we have already implemented it. So you see these things. Now, as I said, we have also a variable called start time limit, right? So maybe we can check function uh, can reset. If we can see if we can reset and self, so we are going to reset this thing, right? So it would be mutable self. It will return bool, and what its check is if so how will check if start start time dot elapsed, अगर ये if it's greater than the self dot time limit, then it should restart. True, else false. Maybe greater than equal to, right? Is it correct? Is it correct? If the start time limit is start time limit, I mean at very instant, if the 10 seconds or the 7 seconds passed or the 15 seconds passed, it will return true. Otherwise it will return false. We should have written these things up to only one line. We can say self dot start time limit dot elapsed is greater than equal to self dot time limit. You know, this will return true or false by itself. We can do this. Now if this thing is, if we need to restart this thing, we have to, reset all the values as well. Reset values. Okay. There will be, now that we are going to reset, so we'll have a mutable self, and we will have all these things. We will have a sin collection, sin self dot, do we have clear, removing all key value pairs, right? We have self dot packet collection dot clear. What else do we have? Yeah, we have only these three things. I mean, did you guys able to uh, like, are you able to catching up what is being going on here? I'm just resetting everything, right? Showan Mondal, hello, hello. uh, so I have removed this thing, I have removed this thing, I have removed this thing, I'll have this thing. So everything is cleared over here. So our attack, this attack info has already been, maybe I should name it detect attacks, rename it to this thing, uh, very detect attacks, right? So this thing is ready. Hello, hello, hello everyone. I am again. We need 12 likes. Come on, man. Come on, people. Come on. We need 12 likes. I'll wait for 1 minute now. It's 1 8. I'll be waiting for 1 9. Already 15 seconds passed. Come on, do it. Uh, भैया रस्ट कहाँ से सीखूं? मुझे सीपीपी में एक्सपर्टीज ज़्यादा है। गो फॉर सीपीपी। वाई आर यू गोइंग फॉर रस्ट? I see why I choose Rust because I didn't have any expertise in C or CPP. Otherwise, I'm a kind of guy who attach with one thing and keep it with me always. I have no idea of C or CPPP. In my college I did that, but it was just for the grades. So that is why I chose Rust. But if you are like with CPP, go with CPP. Who said it's bad? Why are you doing that? If you has expertise in CPP, why are you going for Rust? Instead of having multiple things, make yourself perfect at once. You won't be out anyways. All right. So stick with CPP. No need to go for Rust. So are you a student or a working professional, Shovan? Guys, we need 10 more likes. Thank you, whoever liked. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Currently studying computer science. Yes, it's easy, man. Go stick with CPP. Try to find opportunities in CPP. Stick with CPP. Trust me, if you have more expertise in CPP, you will go a long way with CPP. Trust me. Go for CPP. Don't fall in the battle of CPP versus Rust. Go for CPP. So give me a minute, guys. I let have to, Pawan Kalyan Reddy Rajula. हेलो 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 सर, वेलकम ऑन द चैट। पर मैं पिछले 4 ईयर से मैं पिछले 4 ईयर से कोडिंग कर रहा हूँ। सो सो नो, नो प्रॉब्लम, नो प्रॉब्लम श्रवण, नो प्रॉब्लम। ये इंद्रेश चौहान विद द क्रैब्स। लेट मी रिफिल माय वाटर। Guys, we have to go 10 more. Come on, yaar. 10 more. We have 26 people watching. You only need to have to like press one thumb. Okay, so I think that uh let's move it with our thing. Now I already told you few things, right? Now that we are going to deal with threads, we'll have to act like a thread. We'll have to make everything thread safe, right? So let's go for it. Let's understand what we did. La 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 la. Okay. Thread-based approach is there. Did I didn't type like the things like these, right? Data, synflood data. Okay. So I should have told you this. We'll be using R and mutex. So guys, do you know about these two things, arc and mutex? We have 31 people watching. That is good. Viewership is good. So arc, let me just go on the again go. I will go with the Rust book. I'll search for arc. So before that, I must tell you this arc is called. So there are two things, right? There are two. आर्क का नहीं पता पर म्यूटेक्स क्या होता है पता है. Yes, please go ahead. What is mutex? Why it is used? Then I'll tell you why combining both of these will be explosive combination kind of thing. I don't should haven't like use this word over here. A great combination of using arc and mutex while you make a thread safe applications. Either go for Tokyo, or if you are like going with Rust thread like a old school way, then arc and mutex combining both of them is a great combination. So first you have to tell me what is mutex. Why is mutex used? They both are related to thread. So before that, I think you should know RC, about RC, and what is ARC. So RC and ARC. So one is for reference counting, RC, and one is atomic reference counting. So this thing. So the reason I am like going over here is because everything is it is used to avoid deadlocks. Pranav, yes, it is used to avoid deadlocks. Yes, and can you elaborate deadlocks like? So like, so deadlock means, I mean, if in like in a simpler terms, I would say, it only will let one thread to use this thing at once, right? So if two threads would be yes, correct, correct, correct. That is the word, race conditions. So two threads accessing one thing would result in race condition. So mutex help to resolve that. And yeah, and arc with mutex is a combination, best combination. Not best, it could be like good combination. Now म्यूटेक्स रस्ट में शेयर्ड डेटा को एक टाइम पे सिर्फ एक ही थ्रेड द्वारा एक्सेस करने के लिए यूज़ किया जाता है. बिल्कुल 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 बिल्कुल. वही बोले. तो अब मैं अभी वाई आई एम गोइंग ऑन दिस बुक बिकॉज दिस बुक हैज़ डिटेल नॉट डिटेल्ड यू नो the instruction so that we can implement here on our thing. So when we deal with mutex, when one thread access of one source, there are things called lock. So you need to lock it. If you want to access that thing by that thread, you need to lock that thing, and then you have to release that lock. So keep in mind that thing as well. Metrics or metrics or sum of tray is best. I don't know what you're saying. Matrix, are you talking about movie? Mutex. Yeah. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah. So what Arc does is Arc will, it let you share this. So imagine there is a book which multiple people can read. So Arc help us perform that way. So if I go over here, I'll say improving throughput. There is a there. What I remember from this book is there is a program where reference are being counted. So they use two things. One is they use RC and they use Arc. ARC. So they both have their own thing. So it lets like multiple threads use a same resource. So it help us to share the data across multiple threads. And mutex will allow that only one thread can access that object that target at once. All right. So we need to wrap these things over this, because if we are going if we are going very low level like raw sockets or thing, we'll have to deal with threads. That's what we are doing. And in order to do this thing, so we will wrap these packets and these attacks on arc and mutex. All right, so that if one thing is reading the packet, other one should not be try to print that thing, or so this thing. So we'll have arc, we'll have mutex. Here we will have our packet, packet detail. Here we'll have our packet detail. Right, here we have our attack info as well. Attack, detect attack, let's call it detect tag. Again we'll do this thing, arc mutex, uh, and we have detect attacks. All right, we have this thing. Now let's quickly go over the implementation. Network monitor. uh, so we will have fn new. So now we'll have to make this thing public, I think, but let's figure out. We'll figure it out later. We have packet. We have packet. Mhm. We have network monitor. We have packet stats. We can say arc new, again in mutex. New will have packet detail over here. Make sense? Does this make sense? Now here when I use this thing, I'll also have detect attack. It will have arc new, will have mutex new. It will have detect attacks. I already have this new implementation there, so I'll directly call new. So should I implement packets new as well, just like I did for detect new? Will that make sense? Will that make sense, guys? Maybe we should do it. uh, let's go on packet detail. I already have this thing, right? So I'll I'll do impl packet detail. We'll say fn new return self pack packet detail, you know, we'll say total packets for now 0. uh, why don't I copy these things? We'll go here, I will say this thing. Now instead of U64 I can convert it to 0. Let me show you one thing, guys. How do you find and replace in NeoVim? You just go here, I forget, I think percent %s. Now you'll do you'll figure out where it is, U64. So you see all the red marks, U64. Now you convert it to whatever you want to see, 0. And now here you will print type, I think, GC confirmation. So if I do now on the first time it says do you want to, yes or no? I'll say no. Shift on next, no, 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 no. But yes, here I want 0. I'll say yes, 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 please. See, everything is done. So all these things is this. Now packet details. uh, Maybe I could show some time, you know, maybe I could time stamp uh, because I need to check for the last updated thing, right? So that will be used while resetting. So time stamp be definitely instant for now. It will be, and then I'll go for time stamp would be, sorry, instant now. All right, so I have implemented new over here, so I don't need to put this thing over here. I'll quickly go here and say I'll quickly go here and say packet details new, right? So this new has been, so it's a private, we already did that public. Now we will fall into a crushing ladder because everything here is private by default. That is good though. I think it won't be an issue, but again, let's see. All right, this thing, so a new has been created. Now all those things that we did yesterday, Indresh Chauhan use derived default for this. Yes sir, yes sir, you're right, because we are going to print this thing. So instead of derived d, like we could have called this thing, maybe this is debug should be there. uh, right. अच्छा, शोभन, थैंक यू इंद्रेश बड़ी, थैंक यू, आई लाइक दिस। शोभन, भैया हमारे पास एक प्रोजेक्ट आइडिया है जिस पर हम काम कर रहे हैं। यस, आप कोलेबोरेशन करना चाहोगे हमारे साथ? यार, प्रोजेक्ट आइडियाज़ में क्या होता है ना, फिर एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी लेनी पड़ती है, और मेरे पास ऑलरेडी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं। मतलब मैं ऐसी कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं लेता हूँ कि मैं करूँगा प्रो कोलेबोरेशन। मैं चेक कर सकता हूँ जो भी आपके पास है, अगर ऑनलाइन है तो गिटहब पे आप डाल दो। क्योंकि यार अपने वो है ना यार, सीन ऑफिस का भी काम है, बाकी दूसरे काम भी होते हैं, फिर ये भी है, तो ये सीन है। क्योंकि मैं नहीं चाहता कि मैं यहाँ से बोल दूँ कोलेबोरेशन हाँ मैं करूँगा और फिर मैं ना कर पाऊँ, तो वो सेंस ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से मैं अवॉइड होना चाहूँगा। तो ये बात है, आप लोग करो ना, यू गैस डू। और अगर ओपन सोर्स है तो आप डाल दीजिए उस पर, तो जितने भी यहाँ पे बंदे हैं दे कैन डू। थोड़ा रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर लेना जो भी पीआर वगैरह होती हैं उसका फॉर्मेट, बस। अच्छा, now I think we have it ready. We have packet details, we have attacks over here, detect attacks thing, we have synflood check, DDoS check. Now what we deleted today, we need to do that now. We need to do that again. Now we need to figure out the interface, we need to process the packets for IPv4, IPv6. We need to do all those kind of things. I didn't memorize it all. Definitely I'll again go to the documentation of maybe those medium articles that we found. Just give me a second, I need to push. फोन पे कितना चार्ज है? इस पे भी नहीं है, just give me a minute. Till then, guys, if you can please arrange 10 more likes, it would be awesome. We have around 40 people watching. Do it, guys, do it. Yes, 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 we are back. Okay. Uh, Now we have to do everything that we did yesterday. We'll figure out how do we do that. So remember we first found the interfaces, then we processed the packets, right? And then we processed the uh, TCP UDP headers protocols, UDP protocols, and then we'll have our data here. All right, now let's do. We'll start with finding check interfaces. So check interfaces and cell, right? Self. So now what it will do, it will, it will return the interface. So maybe, none or something. So we'll have option of interface, uh, interface type. Oh, network interface represented network, हाँ ठीक हो गया, option of network interface. And how do we, sorry, how do we find an interface? First of all, we, we'll say let interfaces. If you have remember last time, let interfaces is equal to uh, what was the function? Interface, interfaces, data link dot interfaces. Yes, right. This is the function. It will be a vector. So what we'll do, we'll say in interfaces. It is a vector of network interface dot uh, into iter dot find, right? Find, we have a closure, let's say interface, that we did, right? We said I face dot name we already know, it has to be en 0, and we also need to check if I face dot is up, right? Is up, and is it's not a loopback. I face dot is loopback, but we have to use an not here. Make sense? Hello Raj Kanchan. It's Rust. It's Rust, buddy. It is Rust. So it's an option of interface, right? So how do we return the option of interface? Because this into iter dot find thing will return an option. So it's pretty straightforward, right? You see, option of self as iterator, right? This find return the option, so that is fine. We don't have to do anything. We didn't use the semicolon, so it will return. Now let's figure out. So now we have this thing interfaces, right? Guys, we need 10 more likes. Come on. What's going on with LinkedIn? So we have 31 people watching and we need 10 more likes. Can we go for 10 more likes? Anyways, so we have check interface thing. Now let's start with this thing called public function. So we'll do start uh, scan. Start scanning network, right? We can do that. What will it return? It's a unit type, right? And here it will be box pin. You must be aware from my like previous videos that why we do that. We did it pretty much on the process manager and the file watcher, right? So here few things will be done. First of all, some basic info. Let me just make it up. First of all, basic info should be there. First of all, and secondly, we'll do something with threads, like threads, so that how many threads we have to spawn within time within that thing within the interval that we have defined on struct. Mm, and then we will start we'll start monitoring, right? So let's go for some basic info. Info is basic. I think we should first start with this thing, like with threads as well. So we'll do a public function show alerts, right? So its main purpose to will here will be with threads and println, right? So it will be like this. uh so guys, come on, 10 more likes and we are good. 10 more likes and we are good. Okay, it says it doesn't find anything, so maybe we could, okay, this thing. So here we can, always go for let monitor is equal to network monitor new, and here from here we will keep calling this thing. Maybe you can use and self here. So from here you will call monitor dot mm, huh huh monitor dot show alerts. We can do this, and by the end we would be doing something like monitor dot start monitoring, and we'll pass a interface here. That's what I'm thinking. Let's see. So we'll say let interface is equal to monitor dot get check interfaces. No, it should be get interfaces. It should not be interfaces, it should be interface. get interface. It is an option, right? So we can say, or should we write okay, or no, yaar. Maybe we could, so what does interface return? It returns this thing, right? So we'll say match this thing. If it has some interface, then it will return this interface. All right. Uh, if it has some error, then it will print error in getting the interface. And getting the interface. Uh, we can use it eprintln. Maybe std process dot exit process dot uh, anyways, I'm not doing anything over here, so I was thinking to gracefully shut it down. uh, this thing. uh, Maybe we could create another function that says public function start monitoring will take a self and just do this for now. Expected zero argument but found one. Interface will do interface interface, also network interface. Make sense? Alrighty, let's name it underscore. Okay, now I have some serious problem. Cargo build. All right, what's up with you guys? Come on, I have a notification. Guys, why so serious? Come on, chat. Say hi. I won't do a thing until you say hi. Everyone, say hi, 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 hi. We have 24 people watching. We need 10 more likes. Come on, 25 people. Okay, so one more like and I'll start. Otherwise, I will just stare at this YouTube Studio app. Come on. Hello, Rahul Gupta. It's Rust. It's Rust. Thank you for coming on to chat and watching this stream. So I can see people mostly skip this thing. So the average view duration is 20 seconds. I mean, things are going very tricky here. We are learning something. Hehe. Thank you, Andresh. Uh, so yeah. I just lost the track of time, guys. I said at earlier that I'll have to leave for some time before 2 o'clock, but I'll be back after some time. So, you know, I have some work. I need to pick my wife from. So, just give me. Okay, okay, okay. Hmm. So, it says we have an issue with this thing. It's an option found in a result. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So what we do in this case. So either we have this or none, right? This is found to be the type of network interface. So this is found to be the type. Handle options. Idiomatic way to handle option rust. Uh, so we have some. Uh, so maybe we can find it on Rust book options. We have in pattern matching. Uh, so enum. Okay, we have none and some. So maybe on this case, maybe. Hmm. Expected struct network interface. Mm, maybe- okay. So I need a network interface. You guys can tell me what is the issue? What could be the issue? Okay, let's figure out. Uh, maybe add a panic in the nanam. Yes, 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 yes. I was saying. So actually, I thought of like exiting out from this process. Because that would be a graceful shutdown. If I do panic, then it will Uh, but I was just checking. Maybe method not found in this. Check status. Oh, check status. Method is one network monitor. ठीक है. Expected network interface found empty. Okay. Maybe we can always solution to every problem. Solution to every problem. We can always check it out later. It's all about optimization. We can do it later. These are going to be results. Okay. Results. So if it's need a result, then I will say okay, or uh, because it will return a result, okay, or so, and the question mark or this always it says no interface found. Now if I'm doing this only, then definitely I can go for this thing. Now I can do this. Okay. RES, we can always get RES. Error E, we can say println error in getting the interfaces. I just don't understand what is the issue here. Mm, okay, it returns an error, right? So yeah, that worked. Panic because it's returning an error. Yes, 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 Indresh. I think that was thing because I am returning a dynamic dispatch box pointer of error. So I have to do this panic. Yeah. So I mean, yeah. So I think instead of this okay or I should have done only on this thing, right? But anyways, it's a different implementation we can do. Okay or no interface is found. We can say Maybe it's a warning here. Uh, okay, so and I got the interfaces now. I'll do start monitoring. But before that, I need to show alerts, right? So this alert will have the now let's remove this because we already did that. Threads info this. Now let's go over here. It says this. So now alerts. See, if I need to show alerts, what? If I need to show alerts, I have to show the pool details. Oh, sorry, packet details. To show packet details, what we can do, because it's in Arc Mutex, so we need to get the log of it, right? Make sense? So we'll say let uh, first of all we need a clone, right? So we'll say statistics. Uh, what did I name it? Stats, right? So I'll say let stats are uh, we have a clone, right? And what do we give in this clone? We'll say self dot stat packet stats, right? Because in packet stat we have packet details. uh, Now we have cloned it for good, though we are getting an error because it says expected this and found arc mutex. Oh, expected this and found arc mutex. Just figure out one thing. We'll have to like log something over here, right? Some fancy thing. Log some fancy headings. Fancy info for star, I mean, if you are working with terminal thing, then you should have something fancy over there. So I have stats, and it is arc dot clone, and what does it take? It take a self hello dot clone. Should I do this? VD, or should I do this? I think I'll have to retract to this thing. All right. So I have a stat now. So here I will, log the packet details. Now this packet details will be logged after a fixed interval, right? So now just remember one thing: the the thread that will sleep here, it's completely different from all these parameters that we have to taken above, right? So timestamp, uh, this thing a limit is different from the thread's sleeping time. A time limit is for when up to when it's a kind of a window. So time limit would be how much in between time we will capture the packets, and the thread with is sleep will be only for like checking up the things. All right. Like after how many seconds it should again rescan the network, just like in the process monitoring. So how do we spawn a thread? So we'll spawn a thread, right? So we'll say thread spawn. I need to import it, right? Thread spawn. Now here I will have to pass a handle. Sorry, it will return a handle. I need to pass a closure. Now inside this, we'll do our thing. Now thread is spawned. uh, I'll definitely put a loop because we have to print it. Now here we will sleep the thread. How much, like how much time do you want it to be rescanned? I'll do that. uh, Thread sleep. It's a duration, so duration dot from sex. Definitely it's something like that. From sex, tell me, what's it? Should I keep it 7, lucky 7? Yes, of course, we'll do that. So the thread has been slept. So let's me remove this thing. Log the packet detail after fixed interval. Okay, so the thread is sleep for this thing. Now I need to access the log. Why log? Because I have used mutex for this thing, right? So in order to access the mutex, I need a log so that no other thread can use it. So how do I do that? I'll say let I already have a stat thing, right? So but it's a clone, right? So I'll say cloned stat, right? Cloned stat, and I'll have a stat over here, statistics. Let statistics is equal to how do I do sorry, how do I get a log? Clone, I'll have to do on this thing, right? Clone stack dot log. That's it. Now I have the log. Ah, ah, oh, I, because it will return a unit type, so I'll have to put a semicolon here. Now I have this thing. Closure may outlive the current function, but it borrows clone. Move it. I'll have this thing dot log. What does it provide? It provide a result. When I do this, can only be used in closure that uh, unwrap. That makes sense. Oh, so guys, we need 9 more likes. I think my OBS is not. I think it is working. No problem. All right. Now I'll just, print the stats over here. And after printing this thing, it's done. So what should we print? We should print about the, maybe let's copy these things. uh, so we'll print all these things, right? So we'll print all these things. So we can say PO total statistics dot total packets. Maybe I should name it stats for short. Guys, come on, come on. We need only 9 likes. Let me check. I have posted few things on Twitter. So we have 23 people's watching. Let's take some, 1 to 2 minute gap. What's it building? Hello, Kwachi. I am creating a Rust app that will monitor the network and check for DDoS attack and SynFlow attack. So it's a part of learning. I started with file watching, directory watching, recursive directory watching. Then I added process manager that will manage the, that will check for the processes that consume up to more CPU or more memory. And after that, I added network monitoring with that. So that's what I'm doing. I'm writing it in Rust, learning Rust alongside. Intrusion detection system. Yes, you can name it that thing, but it's not a complete system. It's just a basic application using like only checking for DDoS and SynFlood. There are many more things to check. It could be like improved though. That's why I have put my GitHub link on the chat. It's pinned. Maybe you guys can check those out. Did you guys check this thing? This new grok uh, that will make the video out of your thing. So it's for all the premium users only. I'm not one of them, but that is good. Oh, yes, guys. Uh, okay, let's move on here. Let's move on. So, we'll say, let's, do it like this. We'll say, uh, status, statistics, uh, from last, uh, so we are hard coding it 7 here, so we'll do last 7 seconds, right? We'll again put a new line here. Okay, now let's do this. So it's a new line correct, so we won't have any issue typing this thing. So we need total packets, right? Uh, so we have total packets. So we will definitely we are going to show the packet details. I already have these packet details struct variables over here, so I copied them down and I'll quickly paste it from here. I mean use it from here. So now I need IPv for packets. So I'll say IPv for packets. I need some serious typing here. So I'll do. I don't have to do this thing because it's always only this thing. So IPv4 packet, IPv6 packets. You know, TCP packets, TCP packets, UDP, UDP packets, SYN packets. So and the timestamp as well. So should I show timestamp? I could show timestamp. I need this for this, right? So this will be our thing that like this, and after this, here I'll use these values, right? I'll say stat. mm, Sorry, I'll say stat dot. mm, So it's a new line. How do I end up in new line? Stat dot packets um, analysis that uh Indresh, yeah, so maybe yes. So on the start of this stream I said that it could be extended where I can track the IPs who are the attackers, so maybe we can block those IPs. So yes, yes, we can do that, but first we need to at least have that thing ready, right? So we'll do thing there like that. um this thing. So how I print it on new line? I'm just seriously, it's should I do this maybe, right? And then I do this, then I'll have all these options over here. Maybe this. Um, I'll have stats dot total packets. Stats dot IPv4 packets. Yes, stats dot IPv6 packet. Stats dot TCP packets. Stats dot UDP packets. So we have TCP packet, we have UDP packet, we have SYN packets. So we are going to show these things. So we have I total packets, IPv4, IPv6, TCP, UDP, and SYN packets. Stats dot SYN packets. So positional argument, but there are 6 argument total: IPv4, IPv6, TCP, UDP, and a timestamp. Uh, let's move this thing. Okay. Maybe I could, if I want to create like this thing, maybe I could, repeat up to 30 maybe. Argument never used before, so I could simply write this thing. So this way I'll have it set. Now it will be a kind of table. So it will be a line, 30 characters of these lines, 60 dashes, right? First of all, new stats, then 60 dashes, then new stats, then six. So it would be kind of like these good thing. It will look good. Same thing as just println to stats. Yes, it is. Maybe we can do that, but it would be an entire struct. So this way it would be beautiful, because from the past of our streams you know we saw that the logs look very ugly, cluttered. So why don't waste time doing this? That's printing and debug. Yes, yes sir. So I think this will be this thing. Now this scanner will, after 7 seconds, a new thread will check for each thing. Now that new thread will go for it, that's why we use mutex, because there would be multiple threads at that time, and they could have they could, like, create a race condition. Okay, start monitoring. Now we have this thing. Now let's do this thing. I have an interface over here. Now let's remove this thing. I have an interface over here. I need to now if you guys remember what we did last thing, we find a medium article. We found a good medium article, right? Maybe you can check it from our GitHub. We already have it there. On this thing. All right, I think we saw something here. Plus person not always sure thing I'm doing, but it runs. Yeah. So guys, you can like follow me here as well. Mm, let's go check for file watcher. Uh, so we paste like yeah, we can take help it from here, right? So now we have interfaces. Now we also check this thing. Now we need this thing, right? On the monitor thing, we will use a data link dot channel method to create a channel, and then we can parse the IP headers and all. Hello Amjad, I am a web developer learning Rust. So we can do that. uh, Maybe here we can also show some fancy logs, right? uh, we can say network scanning in progress. Press Control plus C to stop. Maybe we can show interface names as well. So we could say here I'll have the interface, right? So I'll say println interface found. We can say interface name. We'll say interface dot name, and we can show the description as well, just for the it looks good on the right interface description. All right, that's it. We are not going to like do it again and again and again. So let's go over to, so we have two viewers. Guys, come on, share this video to your friends. Then we can so now let's go with start monitoring. So here I can you know I can say this thing. Now let's go on GitHub to check how do we deal with interfaces. We already have this thing done, right? Now we need this thing. So we can say here network scanning pro. Okay, maybe So it's already a new line. So maybe we can say this here. Right now I need to check these things. So I'll say let uh, I think you should check if the interface found isn't a loopback. That I already did. That I already did, sir. QWERTY, you see this thing, interfaces dot into iter, because I'll get a vector. I'll check is if its name is en0, because we already had some hard time debugging is it wlen0 or en0. So it turns out in macOS it's en0. Now I already checked it, if it's not a loopback, if it's up, and if its name is en0. So yeah, thanks for the heads up, by the way. So let's do this thing. We'll have this and mute rx. We'll have data link c channel, right? So I'll have a network interface here that I'll pass interface and configuration. So for configuration, I will be needing uh, default default, right? So I have this thing. Now what do I have to do? So this thing, right? I have passed this thing and all. So definitely it will be a match. Here I'll have to use these three things. So I'll copy these from here because we already have implemented these things yesterday. So let's go with net packet ethernet. Expected a tuple, found a struct. What is this thing? uh, mm, okay, so data link self channel ethernet. mm, Ethernet, so this doesn't come from here. Where is the channel? No channel. uh, Maybe we should do this thing. We have to directly go channel, data link channel, and here is the ethernet as well. So that will be uh, right. So if I'll go here, uh, all right. Now expected a semicolon. So here we have this thing. We should check it. Yeah. Now I'll again have to check here on the loop, right? Because we have to continuously check it. We have to check it real time. So I'll do match that we already did, right? This thing, right? So I'll say match rx dot next, right? Here I'll have okay a packet, uh packet, and error, right? I'll, println, I'll do this thing. Let me just keep it up. I'll say error in error receiving packets. So error in and receiving packets. Uh, yes, and over here I'll do what I'll do here. I'll create a function. I'll create a function that will process these packets. So I'll do self dot process packets and will pass a packet. Yes, well, let syntax is here. Use while let syntax. It looks better. Hmm. Process packets. Right. So there is no method name process packets. So here, as you can see, this thing, if let some Ethernet packet thing, right? So instead of doing it here that we did yesterday, I'll move it to a new function. Let's write this thing. Maybe we should write it up. Yeah, just keep going up, right? So this way, so we'll have public function process packets. Here I have self packet and a packet. It is of uh, packet. So packet pcap packet, or it is of pnet packet detail. Uh, let's see. For now, let's check this thing first. So here what I'll do, I'll process the packet. So instead of the thing that I did over there, I will process it here. So we have only two people are watching, and the average view duration is quite low. So let's see what we did here. We checked for ether packet new, and we did these things, ether packet new packet, and after that we printed out the packets. This was done for check status. Oh, I think I didn't push the code I did yesterday. No, we have figured out the ports and all, right? I don't want to go on those things again, like medium, those articles and all. We didn't like push the code, and today we just, we just removed it. But I think we should now go. Let's do this thing first. So I'll have this Ethernet packet, and that Ethernet packet, I'll figure out what is the, type. Is it IPv4, IPv6, and based on that, we'll do other things. All right. So first of all, let's figure out what is this packet over here. No method name process packets. Why? Why is there no method name process packets? If I don't send this thing, will it still be? Then there won't be anything right there. Self dot process packets. Maybe I should check this thing first. So I think it would be, what we checked out from yesterday. It could be a like array of U8s. So maybe if I could, we can try this. uh, this thing, process packet. We can do this thing. Here I can say, like we did this thing, if let sum. So we'll say if let sum packet over here, and we'll have uh, ethernet packet. We'll have ethernet ethernet packet, new packet, right? Here I can check for the ethernet packet, ethernet packet dot get ether type, right? So I'll have this ether type, and this will return what? It will return a ether type. So maybe we can, simply match it like this, and we'll have ether types, ether types, ether types. Does that? Are we going good, guys? IPv4, this thing, and we'll have also have ether types IPv6. So these things we can do. uh, this um, so here, as you can see, now here what I'll do is, I will process these things for protocols like TCP and UDP protocols. So for that I need to pass the payload of this thing, right? Like we did yesterday. So we have this thing, we did dot payload, right? So it says expected this thing, found this thing. Okay, so I think I should do this. Okay, so I'll do if let some. Can we go like this thing? We'll have IP addresses over here, right? And based on that, no, it is something else. So we'll get the IP addresses by using dot get source. So if I do mm, what should I do? Maybe I should have to find out this thing that we were doing yesterday. How to get port. Yeah, we got it finally. Uh, Maybe in one of these we can get, I think this is the one, right? Source destination, we have some packet, new data, header protocol. Interfaces, that was fairly simple. We should not read this thing actually. This is the thing, capture packets, handle join, wait for all threads to complete and unwrap. We should do this thing. What does it say? Handling with peanut library, packet reversal, yeah. So ethernet packet, new, this thing that we did, I'll have print layer 2 interface, uh, capture current packets, data link channel, that's all right. Ethernet new packet, some packet, ethernet packet, Now we are going to print it now. So here are the things, right? Ether types dot IPv4. Yes, we have. Yes, we have. And and ether types dot IPv4. Here should be some implementation. IPv4. That's all right. Where's the Yeah, I think this is the thing. IPv6 and IPv4. Okay, so we'll go by this thing. We'll say if let some so we are dealing with this thing, right? So we'll say IPv4 uh what is this? IPv4 packet. It's option packet. Why are we not going this? I let some ether types dot IPv4. This is IPv4 packet dot new and what it takes a payload, a packet, right? It takes a payload. So what we'll do, we have some ethernet packet, right? So we'll do ethernet packet dot payload like we did, and here I will have I can process IPv4 because we need to check for DDoS on both the things, right? IPv4 and IPv6. The same goes for this thing as well. So I'll say if let some IPv6 IPv6 packet new. So we'll have Ethernet packet dot payload. I will process for IPv6, right? So yes, we can do this. We need to make sure we are just doing for exhaustive cases as well. So we'll do this thing. All right. So now we will process these things. So what it does inside this thing, I'll have get source. This is the IP. These are the IP things, right? And if I do get next header, then I will have the port number as well. So I need to do get next header as well. Artifai. Hello, hello, bro. Hello, hello. How you doing? So on the next part, we will have to do this next header and next level protocol, right? Is there? Okay. So I think this is the much lead that we need. That's all right. We can do it now. We can take it from here. I'll say we need to create two methods just like we did for yesterday. We'll say self dot process. Hello, Artifai. How you doing? Where do you work, brother? Vicky Vignesh. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for coming on the chat. I am working as a web developer. It's a remote job. So process IPv4 packets and will pass IPv4. Right. I'll copy the same thing. Yank it. Remove this thing. Instead of v4, I'll do v6. Same for v6. Let's go up and create these functions. Public function process IPv4 packets. It will be taking mute self and IPv4 because it's a payload, so it will be U8, right? Let's not worry about this thing. No method name IPv4. Copy this thing as well. Yank it. maybe no, let's create it above. uh, IPv6, it will take IPv6. So mismatch type, expected reference, cargo build, method not found. Okay, that's fine. This is found IPv4 packet, expected reference. Hmm. So okay, so it's not payload, it's only packet. Silly. uh, IPv4 packet 6. Let's copy this thing. uh p it's VDI4. Cannot borrow self as this thing. So why? Okay, here is the thing. Do you know why I get this error over here? You see how this thing works. So if I'm using the like function inside this thing, and this is immutable, right? But I'm using the function that is used inside as a mutable self, so I need to give mutable here as well. So I'll have to do mute. Okay, now let's process the first one first. We'll process IPv4 packets. So guys, how you all doing? So we need how much likes? We need 8 more likes to hit 20, a target. And guys, please, you don't have to force subscribe to anything. Subscribe only if you want to, like, you are related to this field, you are into tech field, you are very curious, and if you think that if there is a new video will be out, so you can watch it, then only do subscribe. Let me just check things. Okay, I need to put my laptop on charge. Yeah. So let's do this thing now. As I told earlier, you see what it says for IPv4. In order to get the port number, like the TCP and UDP protocols, we have to get this function, right? Get next level protocols. So what are the protocols? These are TCP and UDP. And for IPv6, it's in header. So we'll say get next header. It will be TCP and UDP. So we'll do this thing, right? And trust me, it was not easy as it seems. We did it yesterday, so I had the mental model to, how do we do that. So it's like that. Let's say match. How do we say? We have IPv4 packet, right? So let's say the IPv4, IPv4 dot get next level protocol. I'm still not sure if it's this thing. So now I need to check if how do we check if it's a TCP? I forgot the name. How do we check for fit specific? There was some very long name written to it, like so some header protocol. So we'll say IP next. Yeah, this is the thing. IP next header protocol dot TCP TCP, and the same goes for IP next header protocol UDP. So I'll do this again. I'll do this, and again I'll do for exhaustive cases. That's the map over here. Hello Nirjal Kheto, what's up? What's up? Thank you, thank you, thank you for showing up. So over here, IP next header protocol. Now, now if it's a TCP, now I'll have to again create a function for TCP and UDP both, just like we yesterday did, right? So I'll say self dot process TCP process TCP packet. All right, and the same goes for this thing. I'll do self dot process UDP packet. All right. So I have but there is an issue with that thing. There is an issue with this thing. I can see, I can sense it. The issue here is the issue here is we are just being silly because you know I have this thing. I mean, I have matched it with TCP and UDP, right? I have the protocol. So IPv4 has two protocols. I mean, it has more than two, but we'll work on TCP UDP. But why did I call self dot process TCP? It doesn't make sense because we haven't like as I said earlier, it will pass on the layers by dissecting. Each layer will dissect data and move it to the upper layer, right? So we didn't like find out the TCP details for that. So if I'll have to do this thing, so I'll say if let some, I'll have TCP here, and then I can say that IPv4 dot what do I do? Not IPv4, TCP packet dot new. So here I'll pass IPv4 packet, right? And then I can call this thing, because then I can call this thing over here, and I'll have to pass TCP with it. Don't forget to pass the reference. The same goes for this thing. If let's some UDP, if let's some UDP UDP packet new IPv4, right? Then again I can do this thing D, and I'll say UDP and this thing. So before moving on, before creating all those these two functions, let me just copy this entire thing for IPv6 as well. Instead, we'll go for check for IPv6. Here we'll have VDI IPv6. Here we have VDI IPv6. And you remember, for this thing, for IPv6, we have a function called get next header only. Oh, sorry. Get next header only, right? Because the next level protocol available only on IPv4. So I'll say get next header. So here we are now. Instead of TCP packet dot new mismatch IPv6, I'll have dot payload, right? Again, I'll have to paste it. I have to do a payload. Dot IPv4 dot payload. Dot payload. All right. Now I need to create only two functions that will process the TCP packet for each IPv6 and all, and for IPv4 packet and IPv6 packet. So we'll have to create a method for, you know, process TCP packet and UDP packets. So guys, we have only two people watching. Where are the rest of guys? I think that's the time. Or the stream, maybe it's boring. Okay. I'll be live for half an hour more. What's going on with Twitter? Why is everyone losing their mind? Why is everyone losing their mind? All right. So guys, still here. Yes, yes, yes. Great, great. Thank you. Thank you. So now let's understand a few things here. Our main purpose over here is checking for DDoS attack and SYN attacks, SYN flood attacks, right? But as you see, whenever we process a TCP, 4 packet or TCP, like IPv4 packet or IPv6 packets, we need to update the stats as well. Because as soon as we hit a TCP4 or IPv4 or IPv6 packets, we need to update the counts as well. You understand what I'm saying? We need to update few things. We need to update the total packets, because total packets will count will be increased. We need to increase the IPv4 packet. We need to increase the last. We need to increase the last update count and all. Right? And here only on the IPv4 on the packets processing method only, we will check for DDoS attack. We will check for SYN flood attacks on the ports, but we will check for DDoS attacks on the IP. You understand? Oh, you understand? No, we'll do that. We'll do that. All right. So before this thing, we need to update few things. We need to update our stats that we created, because now we are processing packets. So we need to update these things. So what we'll do? We'll say let we'll get the mutable stats, right? Let muted stat, because it's an arc mutex, right? So we'll do self dot stat packet stats dot log. Now we have it. uh it returns a result, right? So maybe we could probably unwrap it for good. I don't want to go in detail with handling all these details. Just a minute. Guys, I'll be back in a minute. Yep. 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 Okay. 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 So we took the lock now. So now we will update these things over here, right? So uh, what we'll do here, we'll say stats dot total packets plus equals 1, right? Stats dot IPv4 packets plus equals 1, right? We'll say stats dot uh, what else? We are in this IPv4, right? So we have IPv4, we have total, and we have a timestamp over here. So at what time the like this packet has been like tracked. So we can say instant dot now. It's like making logs, you understand? Instead of new it will be now. So I have total packets, I have IPv4 packets, I have the last update as well. So that's it. This is we have to do. Secondly, we will check out for, okay, one more thing. One, so we have two people watching. Okay. So one more thing, if you must have seen lifetimes, you must have met with. So we'll do it again. It's like scopes, right? So here we will check for DDoS attacks. We'll check for sinful attacks inside the where we will have ports, where we will have like in the process TCP packets thing, the functions, right? Now how do we check for DDoS attacks? It's simple. We need to go for our attack detector. That's also a mutex. So we'll say let mute detector equals self dot uh, detect attack dot lock dot unwrap. Correct. Now here we will have detector dot is DDoS. We need to pass an IP. So where we can get the IP? IP you can get let IP ADDR address equals IPv IPv4 dot gets IPv4 dot get source. Correct? Is it? No, no, no. What does it return? What does it return? It return IPv4 address, right? It return IPv4 address. So maybe we can get IPv4 address new. Okay, and to create a new so instead of ABCD, maybe we could pass self dot get source, like this thing. No. Hmm. New will create new thing, right? Let's check what else it has. What's my brain is not working right now. Does it have v4? Guys, what do you think? the get source will have the IP, right? So why I'm doing this? Because it says it cannot find the scope, but that's a different thing. Maybe I should try with this thing only. IP IPv4 dot get source. So I can pass address over here. So it says I have been expecting a IP address, but I have got a IPv4 address. So I need to parse it to this thing. How do we do that? IP ADDR. I need to parse it to v4. I need to parse it to v4. So I'll have to do IPv4 dot get source. So here is this detector part. Now, if it's a DDoS, it will check for is DDoS. What is missing here? I don't think so. It's, anything is missing here. Maybe we should copy this thing and paste it for here. Oh man, IPv instead of this we'll say 6, and we have 6 over here. So again we'll check. So remember we also have a window reset time, right? We also have a window reset time. So what if the window has been reset, the time has been elapsed and we are still checking for DDoS? That should not be the case, right? We already have that thing where we will check for the DDoS attack under a certain interval. Hmm. Under a certain interval. So we need to do that as well. So we'll check it over here only. We'll say if detector dot reset can reset. So if it can reset, then we will, reset the window. Then we'll say self, not self, we'll say detector dot reset values. So here can reset, instead of, we'll say can reset, should, not should, can is perfect. And reset. All right, so this thing will go up again. Yank it. Here. Right. Now I need to figure out, now I need to make these two methods, process TCP packets and process UDP packets. Okay. Uh, I'm just checking something. It's completely irrelevant to this thing. I'm checking out for a change. I just figured out I need to check out for a change in my office. So I just was thinking for it. What was it? What was the change log? It was 35, right? So it's Okay, that is fine. So we have, I think, Indresh only here. Sorry. Okay. Now process. Now let's implement these things. Process TCP packet and process UDP packet. I think most of things are done. We have checked for DDoS attacks. Now we need to check for this thing. Now we need to check for SYN flow attacks. So SYN flow attacks will be checked inside this TCP and UDP process functions. So we'll start by creating these functions. Uh, say public function process TCP packet, right? This is what we wrote. Process TCP packet. Self. Uh, okay. So now I have to pass. Do I need to pass IP address in it? Why? Because if I need to, if I need to check for, okay, I need to, what else I need to check? Did I updated anything related to SYN collection or DDoS collection? Yes, I did. I already did. That's inside the DDoS and SYN flow check method. Yes, yes, Andresh. So do I need to pass IP address? I mean, who knows? Let's see. That will be totally on the implementation. For TCP and UDP. Let's see. Let's see. TCP. So TCP is a TCP packet, right? So I'll say TCP is of TCP packet, right? Let's do this, and the same goes for UDP. So that first of all, let's get hang out of this error thing. Process TCP is a UDP inside of TCP. I'll say UDP, and here instead of TCP packet, I'll do UDP packet. Again, it's reference, so I'll go for this thing. So yeah. Now what will happen inside TCP packet? TCP packet, we have to check for SYN flow attacks, right? So yeah, we need to check for SYN flow attacks. So guys, are these three people new or just, I guess Indresh is one there, but others are new. We have five now. That is good. So we need eight more likes. Come on, people. So one thing here, if you go over here, you see stats have total packets, IPv packets, right? But we didn't change for one thing that is called SYN syn packets, right? If I go over here on the packet stats, and inside the packet detail, I have the syn packets as well, and also UDP packets as well. So syn packets and UDP packets, these two things I have to change, and those things will be changed under these process packets thing, right? Otherwise we have changed everything. We have IPv4 addition, we have IPv6 addition, like we added a counter of 1 to them, right? As soon as we start receiving packets. So let's go here, TCP. All right, so here we are now. In order to check to update for me, so we'll say let mute stats is equal to self dot packet stats dot lock dot unwrap, right? Here I can say stats dot syn packets plus equals 1. Now that I'm using this thing, so you have to use the scope here. The this thing, syn packets, I have added it to 1. Now I can again check for detector, so I'll say let mute detector is equal to self dot detect attack dot lock dot wrap. This thing, now I'll say detector dot is syn flood. It will take an IP address, so I will pass. That's why IPADDR. That's why I need an IP address over here, because I need to check the syn flood attacks for that. So I'll say IPADDR. It will take IPADDR. The same goes for this thing. Maybe I should not use this thing. I'll say IP only. uh, I'll say IP only. Did you guys get it? I mean, why I do this? Detector dot is syn flood, because it's a bool. So let me just this thing. Do I need to check for reset thing here as well? No, because it's already been used on the IPv6 thing, right? On the where we identify the DDoS attacks, there we already checked for these things. Make sense? Does it make sense? So we have we I so we'll be able, like, live for 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes, and then I'll have to go. Also the brain freeze is happening now. I'm like sitting for like 3.5 hour in this chair, so it's completely dizzy. So we need to update the syn packets to like TCP packets, syn packets, and we check this thing. Acha, one good thing that I want to share. So why did I do this? This is scope. Do you know that? And what if I don't do this scope thing here? What if I don't do this thing over here? Let's say I don't do this. And now I have to release the lock, right? Because the thread is there and it's locked on this thing. And again, I'm using on detector. So I need to drop this thing, right? So, and one more silly, silly mistake is there. You see, I am just checking for packet stats, and I added this syn packet to 1. Syn packet will only be added to 1 if the packet detected is a syn packet. So instead I should do stat dot uh, stats dot stats dot tcp packets, right? Because we are handling with tcp. So plus equals 1, right? Plus equals 1. Now I need ip. It says found this and found this. So maybe I could, not do this, not do this. So here, see, it will throw an error because the thing is not released, right? So I need to check for the syn flags now. Check for syn flags. And once I, check for syn flags and do this inside thing, then I'll use a drop trait. And inside this, I will, drop the stats. Now the lock is released. The lock is released now, and it would be able to now put a lock on attack thing now, because at very low level system, like very deep down, it's always synchronous. So it's the thread, we cannot do this. Now what are, now how do I check for syn flags? Let's figure out. I have tcp, and I need to check for syn flags in Rust using pnet crate. That's how we do. So it says it has TCP packet. I have a packet. I'll need to do this thing. Then I'll have to check it again with this thing. If it's a this, if it's a this, then this. La 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 la. So we can say check for synflex. I think we are here. So we'll remove this thing. I'll say if TCP dot get flags, if it's we'll have a get flags, and I'll say TCP flag syn not equals 0, right? What the heck is this thing? A flags and TCP flags is syn flag is set is not equals to 0, right? If it's this thing, and if it's not ACK, we'll also have to do this, right? We'll again have to do TCP dot get flags, and this thing, TCP flags should not be ACK. uh, TCP flags ACK should not equal to 0. Oh, no, it should be 0. It should not be this thing, right? So first of all, it should be syn. It should not be syn. I'll have TCP flags, and if I get a TCP flag syn not equal 0, and then again this thing. So why I'm doing this? Why I'm doing this again? Am I a madman? This thing, TCP flags and TCP flags is not equal to 0. The drop should happen inside it. Basically, it will happen inside it. So I think I need to check this from here only. I have to check this thing. So I have the TCP flag now, and I'll do TCP flag sin. So I'll have a sin. If it's not equal to 0, that means it's a sin flag, right? That's it. A mismatch type expected bool found U8. So that's why. Then why did he do? Acha, and it uses this thing. Which includes a get flag method to retrieve raw flag byte from the packet. You can now use bitwise operation to check for sin flag. For example, you can check if the sin flag is set by performing a bitwise and operation between the flag byte and the sin constant. Oh, sorry. Where was I? Where was I? Yeah. So it says I need to perform this bitwise thing. So I need to do this, right? It says, and I also need to check one more thing. It says TCP dot get flags and TCP flags ACK should be mother ACK should be 0. Okay, now I did. Okay, so it says, you see, there you have to do a bitwise AND operation over here. So I did that. I did this on these two things. It should not. It should. It should be a sin flag, right? Sin flag is 1. It means it should be a sin flag. It should not be a ACK flag though. So that is why ACK should be 0. Sin should be 1. Now I can do stat dot sin packets plus equals 1. Now I'll drop it from here. Let's call it IP address from here, IP address from here. All right, everything is geared. I'll copy this thing again for UDP. I'll yank it. Maybe TCP packets has been incremented, so do I this release log, and this is something send packets. So Ochora drop disposes of a value. This is does by calling the arguments implementation drop. This effectively does nothing for types. We should copy this thing, but I am not sure if UDP has sin packages. I think sin is for TCP, right? Is sin flag is for TCP. Yes, sin flag is used for TCP, is a control bit in a TCP header that is set to initiate a TCP connection. Now let me check for UDP. UDP. No, sin flag is not for UDP. Guys, that's a new piece of information over here. So the thing that we are checking for TCP, we will check for sin flood here. And for UDP, now that we have to control this thing as well, right? We have to implement this. So for UDP, we will implement a UDP flow, like UDP flood, sorry. We have sin flood for TCP. and we'll check for UDP flood for this thing, right? So we have to add this check UDP flood function uh, on the detector, I think. And we have UDP packets, right? So I'll say, let's say, let mute stats equals UDP does not have any. Yeah. UDP has UDP flood attack. So I mean UDP flood thing, right? So we can flood UDP by so that's all called UDP flood. Sin is only for TCP. On the UDP packet has all one UDP packet has all of the datagram. Okay, okay. That's good. That's good. Thank you, Abhijit. Uh, so we'll say self dot packet stats dot lock dot unwrap, and we can do stats dot here. I will receive this UDP packets, right? So I'll increment the counter by 1 over here. Now here again, what I'll do, I'll check for detector and I'll check for UDP flood. If it's a flood, then it will be an alert. So I'll say now I'm using this thing method defined here. Now I need to drop this thing as well before using it on detector. So let mute detector is equal to self dot detect attack dot lock dot unwrap. So here we will have something called just like we have for DDoS, right? So we'll have detector dot is UDP uh, flood. So instead of sin flood, we'll check out for is UDP flood, right? So we need to create this function as well. Say public function is UDP flood. My brain is freezing. It will return a bool. My bum is failing me. Ah. Ah. Yes. So we have 13 likes, 7 more to go, 6 people watching. If any one of you can, press one thing, then we are all good. Come on. What are you making, Kishan? Hello, Kishan. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome on the chat. I was making an application. Started with file directory watching, then I added process monitoring, and now that those are completed, I'm adding network monitoring. So I'm monitoring a network and checking for SYN flood attacks, UDP flood attacks, and DDoS attacks over a given interval of time. So that's what I'm making. I am learning Rust by doing this, like system level programming and network programming. How are you, Kishan? What's up? So let's quickly write this function. I'll write this function, I'll leave, and then we will test it tomorrow, maybe after some time. So I'll say let UDP count is equal to again, okay. So is UDP flood is on detector, right? We are writing it wrong. See how the brain freeze works. I have to go on attack. I have to go on detector. Sorry, I have to go on detector. Let's go on detector. Here we are. So here we have the functions like is sin, is DDoS. So here we will again create a function is sin flood. Here we will again check a function called is function is UDP flood. I'll again have a mute self IP of IP ADDR. It will return a bool value. All right, so I'll check let UDP count. Now we are regretting why we delete this thing. So we have packet collection, so we'll also have a UDP collection. UDP collection, it's a hash map of IP address and number. Let's copy this thing. Let's yank this thing and name it UDP collection. UDP collection. Okay, now I can say here self dot UDP collection dot entry IP address dot or insert 0, right? Again UDP count plus equals 1, right? Now here I will check for this thing, so I'll just copy this thing because it's again the same thing. So I'll just simply replace it with UDP count is greater than, instead of sin limit I'll have a UDP limit. Make sense? Cool. Without Copilot or AI? Yes, sir. Is it for server logs? No, 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 no. It is for, I mean, I didn't check for any implementation. I'm just making it for my own. When I started, I thought that I should have a service that can, check for my files, like if any restricted directory is not accessing, if there is any process running on my system that is not a miner, not a data dumper, something like that. So I started this way, but uh, but yeah. So I'll have a UDP limit as well. So I'll copy this thing. UDP limit. I'll add it over here. I'll say UDP limit and I'll set it to 50 for now. Then I'll have to put it over here as well. UDP limit, it will be a U32. Easy. Detect attack has no field name UDP. Okay. We'll have UDP. Make sense. All right. Expected value. Expected value. So found enum. No. IP address. This is what I'm using. Oh, sorry. I've just used the type enum. I'll have to use IP. Okay, I think we are good. Is UDP flood? Now I can use it over here on the UDP function. So I'll say detector dot is UDP flood and I need IP address. So I'll pass IP from here. Process UDP. This thing it needs two arguments, right? So I need IP address, IP address. All right. Self. I need a mutable self. Okay, let's check if this thing is. I think we have an error. Cannot borrow it as mutable. Monitor dot start monitoring. Let's search this thing. Monitor dot start monitoring. I need to make it mutable. Yes, sir. I think cargo build. Uh-huh. Cargo build. All right, we have an error. Method not found. Check status. Network monitor dot. Is it in the main files? So instead of check status, I'll have monitor dot start monitoring. No, scan start monitoring. Cannot. No, before start monitoring. Monitor dot start monitoring. Before that, start scanning network. I need to do this thing, so I'll have to pass self over here, uh, main. So I'll go simply and say start scanning network. Unused result. So I'll, for now I'll say question mark because I'll have to handle this thing. So I can use a match statement over here. I can say unwrap dot unwrap. So it is not the way to do unwrap because I'm in a hurry, so I'm doing this. Yes, voila, cargo build. I think we have done it. Aha, one error. Cannot write output. Of course, cannot write output, buddy. We have to go sudo cargo build. Sorry, guys. Yes, come on. Yes. No error. Build succeed. Now we need to only run this thing. So network monitor. So here is the thing, guys. This thing will now detect. Let's remove this thing. This thing will now detect for SYN errors, SYN flood attacks, UDP flood attacks, and DDoS attacks. So this thing is done. We don't have any error over here. We have perfectly written these functions. Now we need to test this, but we will not do it now. I'll have to leave this thing. So Indresh, bye bye everyone. Bye Kishan, bye. Have you ever made any AI workflow? No sir. No. It will be a good project, open source. If we do it for server monitor and log. Okay, yes sir. What distro are you using? I'm using Mac. So all right, bye guys. I'm using nvim and I'm on my Mac. So guys, thank you very much whoever liked. Guys, please share this video with your friends and do subscribe channel if you want to, like, don't force subscribe. First of all, only subscribe if you are related to the field or if you are a tech guy or something like that, because it will be a short feed so everyone can watch this feed. And bye guys, bye. I have to go. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.